once again with YouTube streams. I need to figure out how everything works. Because, oh my god, this is so difficult. I have to work through multiple different things. I need a third monitor to run YouTube streams legitimately. So difficult. Alright, I was gonna try and check if the blue sky post work program. Okay, yes it did. Oh. What a pain. It really is the more difficult option. There's no two ways about it. So, I have been working on cards with a friend of mine, and I'm going to fix some of them up. Because, especially the early ones, those were a bit rough. Okay. So let me really quickly hop into our DMs, because I don't think I actually downloaded all of the cards. But first things first, I definitely want to change Artoria, like, a lot. She doesn't do much. Save the full-sized image. I got rid of all of the pictures that I sent to him as well. Oh wait, no, they'll be higher up in the message history. Okay, so that's safe. That's fine. I went on a purging spree, getting rid of all of the old pictures and things that I had saved. It's gonna be a ways up. Yeah, we started doing these a while ago. Alright, there's our Artoria. When was this? May 6th? It's about 2 months since then. Right. I just need the base image as well, so that I can transfer it onto the card. Right. Oh, you know what? I should definitely have music going. Oh no, I do. BGM is on. It's probably really loud, actually. Let me drop that down. Actually, I can monitor it for a second. I don't want to play it double consistently. Anyways, messing around with every single different tab, but I do actually need another monitor if we're going to be doing this. Here we go. This was the original design for Artoria that we had in front of me. Alright, so I think the first paragraph of text works fine. First strike, when it's not your turn, Artoria has Shroud. That seems fine. Shroud is the weaker version of Hexproof. We don't want it to be too strong by just having it have Hexproof. So Shroud works. Whenever Artoria deals combat damage to a player, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. White go wide. Anthem style, not quite Anthem style board buff. All that. Creature... So that following paragraph, creature sacrifices itself if you do not control a master at the end of turn. We bundled everything into the servant keyword. So it is, you may have 2 commanders if the other one has master, and if this creature, you know, if you do not control a master, sacrifices itself. We bundled those. They're the same. So we have room for another line of text. And also let's head into the frames also. I just wanted to have a frame set up. Okay. So promos, yeah, promos tall art borderless frames. White. Yeah, that's the same. Oh, I also need a legendary border. Or a legend crown. Floating legend crown? I think that'll do it. Oh, we need to get rid of the black border as well. That's only for non-borderless. Alright. Now then... upload. Oh, it's saved as a WebP. Okay. Let me get the old Artoria off the screen as well. That is no longer representative of the card that I wish to create. Alright. So my fail-proof strategy for stopping pictures from being WebPs is to open them with paint and then save them again. That seems to be the only thing that actually works. Alright. Just got it so that your head's not being entirely cut off. Truly is the best one, I think. Okay, text. Title of the card. Artoria Pendragon, King of Knights. Three white. What did we... Wait, what was her title? Oh my god. No applicable app license found? I can't use the Photos app anymore on this what is happening? Alright. Oh, we just did Artoria Pendragon Saber. Oh, hello, Teddy. Welcome, welcome. Please sit on your cat tree and don't bother me. Okay. We can shrink that text, right? Yes, we can. Alright. Alright, I can do it incrementally. I can't have you sitting on my desk, Teddy. I'm working, my son. I'm working. There's no room for you up here. I feel like the text isn't supposed to be that small in the title box. Alright. There's just nothing I can do about it. Alright. One of the other things that I definitely wanted to do is just have a look at example cards. For which I use Scryfall, usually. Alright. Give me just a white legendary. Search with these options. Why is the app? Stop. Stop. Teddy decided he wanted to scratch me. Okay, what do they do with really long names? Not use them, I think. I want to take a look at Asmo's name. Asmo Dimmadome Dimsdale. Alright. Asmo. Please get it off of that. Yep, it did. Normally when I drop him on the ground, he will leave. This time he was just really into sticking around. Alright. Asmo, Rano, Mardi. I'm not gonna finish. Alright. But how does that look in comparison to Artoria Pendragon, King of Knights? Yeah, I guess it's just gonna have to be Artoria Pendragon Saber. Oh, it's a period instead of a comma. I'm like, why does that look wrong? Because it was wrong. If only I hadn't gotten up to do stuff, he would have been resting normally. I wonder if he gets finicky when he hears me talking. And he wants to be pet. It makes him needy. Good boy. Alright. He's laying down in his normal resting position. Alright. This is legendary creature, subtype servant. Okay. I think we should also... What was it on the old card? I think it was just servant. Right. I need to relaunch my computer so that I can have access to images again. Okay. Right. We were actually using real creature types. I forgot. Were they all spirits? Artoria, whoops. Oh my god. Teddy, stop it. I'm busy. Okay, yeah, Spirit Golem. Stop it. He's scratching at my arm. Yeah, Spirit Noble. Yeah, okay. So they were all spirits. Yeah. Servant was just keyword text. Oh my god. Alright. I will... Man. This was a lot easier when I had a co-host to help me out. Okay. So. Let's just get back to rules text. To type with one hand to placate my dumb cat. First strike. Right. Is it when it is not your turn, or is it during your opponent's turn? I think it should be during your opponent's turn. Whoops. I'm not typing here anymore. Alright, we can actually... I can rules clarify that and look it up. Oh my god. He's roughhousing now. You're in a very... You're in a mood today, huh? Alright. I wish I needed to sneeze. He hates that. Just runs for the hills anytime I sneeze. Oh my god. Scryfall, why is your advanced search window just a completely white background? ENTS. During your opponent. Okay. Your opponents can cast spells during your turn. As long as it's your turn, your opponents can't cast spells during your turn. During your turn, your opponents can't cast spells or activate abilities. Cast this only during combat. During your opponent's turn. Is it while it's not your turn? Okay. While it is not your turn. Search with these. Okay, well there's nothing with that text. Can I have my right hand back, Teddy? Please. Please don't be upset with me. Okay. Now, we had... While it is not your turn. Okay. That doesn't seem to be text that appears anywhere in Magic. During your opponent's turn, search with these options. But all of these are during your turn. And it mentions your opponents. Yeah, Scryfall is very different on the phone app to normal searching. All right, actually, maybe if I did my research on my phone, that might help. Let's close all my apps. Oh, I probably have a scan and chaotic rewind. An entirely unrelated card. Okay. Well, Teddy decided to leave. He was not getting pets from me, so he figured there was no point in being near me. Aerodrone? I remember that being good in the show. Oh wow, that is pretty good. Lets you stack your deck. Alright. Anyways, back to this game. Scryfall Companion. Sure, update the Scryfall Companion app. God damn it. Oh, it might not actually be Scryfall. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Cards. Advanced search. Rules text. TSTRN. During your opponent's turn. There's no cards that have that text. Well, it is not your turn. No cards have either text. There's plenty of cards, 313 to be exact, that have during your turn text. So I think during X turn is the more correct vernacular. Should turn be pluralized? Oh, should I have... Alright, just a second. Let me... During your... Opponent S possessive. Okay. Creatures blocked by Wall of Dust cannot attack during your opponent's turn. Use counters to mark these creatures during your opponent's next turn. It appears on one very old card. During your opponent's turn. Victoria has Shroud. Oh, no, that guy. Right. Whenever Artoria deals combat damage to a player, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. I think that is also fine. Shroud should be capitalized. Artoria deals combat damage to a player, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Alright, let's go back and fix things. Artoria is capitalized. There's a slash between +1/+1. Artoria deals combat damage to a player. Put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Alright. Now, here's the new text. May remove any number. Okay, just a second. Let me see what the... Because I think this isn't like a new ability that I'm thinking of. May remove any number. Yes. Additional cost to cast this spell, you may remove any number of +1/+1 counters from among creatures you control. This spell costs 2 less to cast for each counter removed this way. Oh, you know what? No. Control Z. We can do that thing that, I think this is a Universes Beyond thing, where they have the name of the ability. Excalibur. We'll italicize that. Okay. Oh, the bracketing actually matters. Does it? Okay. Now, how is it formatted exactly? There is an M dash there. Okay. Okay. Let me just press that button again. Oh, there's no slash in it. Okay. Nope. Control V. Excalibur. Is the M dash also italicized? Impossible to tell. Alright. That is... No, that's just a tilde. Well, where's M dash? Where is it? No, that's an underscore. How do you M dash? I don't know. Perfect. Why does it keep popping up grammar stuff? Oh, you know what? It's probably because I'm using Internet Explorer, so it didn't have personal identifying information. Okay. I really want this M dash. How do you M dash? I'm just gonna have to copy paste it from the internet. Okay, is there a space? Keep looking at the formatting. Who can tell? I'll be able to figure it out. Alright, yeah, there's a space on either side of it. You may remove any number of +1 characters from among creatures you control. One L at the end of control. Okay, I need the room. Oh, man. Okay. Among creatures you control. Deal that much damage to target creature. And she is a 4/2. Why is there no... Okay. Do I need... Use a frame. Regular frames. Why did I need to set that separately? Why did it reset everything? Oh no! Just a second. Why did that wipe everything? Why did it resize the art? Oh, man. This website blows. Alright. Well, I have to do all that again. Now, why is it... Okay. That just looks weird. It didn't look like that before, right? But the power and toughness is still there. And legendary creature Spirit Knight is still there. Why is the name messed up? Huh. Weird. Unusual. Alright. Rule text. Okay. So that might be a bit too wordy. First strike during your opponent's turn. During your opponent's turn, Artoria has Shroud. Artoria deals damage to a player put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Okay. Now, Let's not do the Excalibur sort of text thing again. See if it works without it. Remove any number. +1, +1. And choose from creatures you control. Deal that much damage to target. Creature. Servant text. Okay. That's not the worst. Also, can we get that in white? There we go. I don't know why it switched over to black. I wish I could make the gap there smaller between during your opponent's turn and whenever Artoria deals combat damage. Oh, that should be capitalized. Okay. What if I get rid of it? Doesn't flow very nicely is the big problem. Okay. Can we put that there? Do conditional keywords always go below keywords? Alright. I can't think of any cards that have conditional keywords. Let's just look it up. Cards with conditional keywords. Just Google image search. NS lifelink. As long as it's your turn, Cage Brawler has indestructible. And I'm... Just looking for cards with conditional keywords. Equipped? No. At the beginning of your upkeep? No. Chant your library. That's a pretty unique text box. I really like Enchant World. I think those are funny cards. Oh. Are you a real card? Oh, you're part of the Doctor Who set. Legend rule doesn't apply to creature tokens you control. There's probably something that you can do to make that funny. And sometimes I'm seeing flying lands you control have vigilance. That's the closest I've gotten to a conditional keyword, but it's not quite. Oh, hello, Penelope. I don't have any way to see the time. Actually, do I have? There is a timestamp button. Okay. Oh, phew. Only missed it by a minute. That for a second there, that looked like it said 2:27, and I was like, oh my god, have I missed that for 20 minutes? That seems impossible. But right now, creatures you control have death. God, that's so close. I'm right now trying to find out if on the first line of text, conditional keywords always have to be separated by a paragraph break. It doesn't actually change that much. That's impossible. Impossible. All right. Yeah, the big thing it changes is that that first line of text doesn't sort of bleed into the next line, so it's all like medium length sentences. This way, Shroud breaks the line in between it and the next paragraph, so it looks a little bit better. So I'm just scrolling through, I just searched conditional keywords. I'm just scrolling through Google Images. And obviously there's the keyword soup cards that show up, but none of them have conditional abilities. And there's some keywords that just get their own line to themselves, like ascend. It's a big hassle. And also, if I'm doing it this way, I might as well just do Excalibur. Do I still have the M dash saved? I do. I wish you would italicize the thing that I am selecting. Control C. No, Control X. I don't want it there anymore. There we go. How's cards been going? I've been working on this one for the entire time, and it decided to completely reset itself at least once. Oh. Also, the YouTube chat is way smaller than Twitch chat. And also it appears from the bottom of the screen and goes up. You know, I'm just gonna enlarge the chat window and hide some other things that I don't need to see. I'll just keep that maximized. Yeah, the chat starts at the bottom of the screen and goes up. Whereas on Twitch, it started at the top and goes down. wonder, can I make the text... Can I just make text larger on my end? I don't think so. At least not easily. Oh well. Okay. I'm just going to say that that works fine. Excalibur, you may remove any number of +1/+1 counters. And then servant text. A second. MTG partner. Okay, the partner itself isn't italicized, but reminder text is. Okay. All servant cards are dense with text, so I feel like none of them are gonna have room for reminder text. I wonder if I can create like a token card that has reminder text on it. Anyways. I think that'll do. That'll do for the Artoria rework. I would love ad-free experience, but I will not be trying premium. Thank you. I don't care much. For this website, it's just the best one for the job. Okay. There's a fun thing that's happening with my computer for some reason, where, image viewer just isn't working. It says I don't have the license to use the image viewer. I have no idea what that's about. So I just have to open all of my pictures in Paint instead. Just to zoom in on them. Alright. So that was Artoria. Easy peasy. Okay. I do actually really want to rework Gilgamesh. I think there was a much more obvious solution to how we did Gilgamesh that for some reason neither of us thought of. Just save base Gilgamesh. Can you not save as web peas? Can you save as something else? No website recognizes those. Save as PNG. And the only way that I've found to undo web peeing is just by opening it in Paint and then saving it as something else. Because that's the only program that just doesn't care. As far as I can tell. New card, please. Alright. Oh. Upload. I would like this one. Aha. Well. Just fit him in the corner. Oh, I guess you just don't see that hand, huh? Perfect framing. What even is a web? It's just an image format. WebP is an image format, like a ping. This is Archer Gill. Caster Gill wears a stupid-looking hat. Okay. So then. Let's go down to... I just have to keep scrolling through my chat history with Mars. Alright. Save that one. Alright. So this was original Gil. Myanmar's made. So, obviously, he's not going to change too much. I think he worked relatively fine. Let me just get the frames, choose a frame. So we had him sacrificing equipment to do stuff. When I think the much more obvious solution is to have him cause you to discard equipment. That seems like a way better way to do it. I don't know. I think we were kind of missing the obvious obvious one. Okay. Okay. Generic showcase frames. Borderless. What's the difference between borderless and borderless alt? Gray text box, looks like. No, it's always... There are differences that I can see. It's like the creature box. The type box becomes grayer. Normal borderless. Yeah. He's got his hair down. The more casual Gil. Okay, so do that. Do that. And Legend Crowns. Hello? Floating Legend Crowns. There we go. Can I get the multicolored ones? Inner crowns? I don't know how to get the red-white thing. Promos taller? Borderless frames? How'd Mars get the red-white one? I can only get gold. Textless fort. No. Custom old accurate. No, it's not a transform card. Okay, what if I just go to regular other frames? Attractions class, snow, mutate, Nyx, adventures devoid. Use cards. What are these? Ah. Color mix? Oh boy, if you saw that somewhere else. Okay, let's go back to showcase. Generic showcase. Inner crowns. What is nickname Godzilla? What does that mean? Extended art regular. Friday Night Magic promo. No. Full text? No. Full text alt? No. Borderless. And I guess I'll just have to go with borderless golden. Actually, just a second. I do not need 2 of those. Yeah. Oh, perfect. Just hide his face directly behind the nameplate. Okay, he still needs the legend crown. It does suit Gil. It honestly probably suits him more than... OBS Studio disconnected, reconnecting. Uh-oh. Reconnection successful. Uh-oh. Didn't seem like anything changed to me. Alright, so if I press that... Yeah, it's pretty cool looking. There are hiccups? Okay, that makes sense. That doesn't, like, cover the full thing. Can I, like, resize this? No, I guess not. Okay. Floating legend crown. Gold. Get rid of the black cover. Oh, that doesn't look very good. Okay. Oh, whoops, I got rid of his power toughness. That was something I had to add on, I'm pretty sure. Inner crowns, nickname, holo stamps. Dark power and toughness. Yeah, that looks good. No, not set symbol. Alright. Just give me the generic legend crown. Let's see what that looks like. There's just the little bits that are showing through. That does not look good. Floating legend crown. How'd Mars do this? How'd I do this for the white border? Right? That one looked proper. Let me take a look at the Artoria that I just did. Oh, you know what? I think that did... Yeah. So that one did have the background showing through a bit. However, the edge of the nameplate was white, so it sort of blended in. Okay. So let me clear the multicolored frame real quick. And see if... generic showcase, frames, borderless. Okay. Let's see if borderless alt does it. Oh, you know what? I think the legend crown just has to go behind the frame. Yeah, that makes sense. Alright. And the power and toughness is in front. And for some reason, every time I do a new frame, his art moves around. There we go. Okay. The legend crown goes behind the frame. You can't really see it that well because of the color of everything. Let's see if I can get a better legend crown then. Colored borders? No. Colored dinner pips, set list stamps. What are Brawl Legend? Okay, can I do this crown? This looks cool. Oh, that's a bit much. Yeah, that's a bit much. Is visible. Okay. Floating legend crown. What are these ones? These, like, weird purple ones? There's just purple ones, okay. For some reason. I don't think I can change anything here. Alright. It'll just have to be barely visible. That's fine. I could probably, like, darken the image manually if I really wanted to, but I don't think I'm gonna go that far. Oh my god. I just can't double-click anything or any pictures. It just does nothing. Alright. Let's get his text in. Gilgamesh, King of Heroes. Easy. Wait, isn't he King of Kings? Hold on a second. What are your titles, Gil? I guess it's both. King of Heroes seems to be his most recognized one. Okay. We will leave it at King of Heroes. Alright. He is a white, red, white, white. No, red first. Red, red, white, white. There's a specific order that has to be followed. He is legendary creature. There. And he is a spirit noble. Alright. Now then. He is probably going to be almost entirely reworked. Let's just bring his old card back up on screen. That's what he used to say. So he reduced the cost of equipment spells. And just cover one of my eyes a little bit. It's fine. You don't need to see the top of my head. There we go. So originally, we had him reducing the cost of equipment spells and then sacrificing them on board. He should probably just have you discard equipment spells. Alright, so... trying to figure out how to make this work. It's pretty tricky. What did we have him? We have it as a 2-2 as well. Power and toughness 2-2. Might as well keep that. For now. For the time being. Keep him at a 2-2. Rules text. He's not a fighter. Alright. So let's... how about this? During your combat main phase, search your library for an equipment artifact. Alright, genius, how you spell library? In a pre-combat main phase, you may search your library for an equipment artifact and put it into your hand. I think that's necessary. Gilgamesh attacks. You may discard when Gilgamesh attacks, you may discard up to 3 equipment. Alright, and then we can have a modular effect. Okay, let me really quickly open my companion app. Choose. Just type choose into the rules text. Yeah, okay, I thought so. Whenever you cast a modal spell... okay, they're called modal spells as well, is something I learned. What the... okay, just a second. Is choose not standard vernacular? Oh, is it pick one? It's pick, right? Yes. Wait, no, it's choose. Whenever equipped creature attacks, choose one. I choose you. You may discard up to 3 equipment. Okay, choose one or more. So this would be when Gilgamesh attacks, you may discard up to 3 equipment. Choose equal to the number of equipment discarded. And then we have an M dash here. Second. Hoppy, do you know how to make an M dash? It's not like any of the standard buttons. How to make M dash? I just copy pasted. Okay, it is one of those weird alt numpad ones. It is alt 0151. It's so stupid. Choose equal to the amount discarded. How do you make the bullet point bullets? How to make bullet point? Control Shift L. No. Oh no. Just end my stream now. God damn. Well. I have to remake the entire card. Oh, I don't have to recapture this. That's neat. Alt 2022, looks like. Let me just test that. Rules text. Alt 2022. Nope, that's not it at all. Control Shift 8. No? Alright, well. I'll just save those for later. Alright. Now then, let's get Gil back in here. Hey, Gil. Missed you. Alright. We can very easily get the frame back as well. Showcase frames. Borderless alt. This one. Power, toughness, that one. Floating legend crown, that one. Close. Get rid of that. Legend crown goes behind the frame. Get Gil back down here. Let's just do this so that you can see the frame. Alright. No, of course not. We won't do that to our poor king. He already loses enough fights to begin with. Alright. Title of cards. Gilgamesh, King of Heroes. The icons. Red, white, white. Card type, legendary creature. Type, spirit noble. Alright, back to the rules text. Okay, well, my bullet points disappeared. During your pre-combat main phase, I think I should specify non-legendary. Artifact. Is it equipment artifact or a cart? Well, I don't remember. Yeah. I feel like probably the only time Gilgamesh ever actually wins a fight would be when he is controlled by the player character in Fate Extra, where you can have him as a servant. Legendary equipment artifact. Okay, is it... Whenever Gilgamesh attacks, okay. Whenever Gilgamesh attacks, you may discard up to 3 Okay, just is equipment always posited by artifacts? Because I'd like to reduce as many words from this as possible. Okay. Well, that is the artifact itself. Whenever Whiplash attacks, if he's equipped, X is the number of equipment attached. Okay, just a second. I bet search your library for an equip Search your library for an equipment. Okay, it doesn't have to be followed by equipment artifact. That's probably just... Oh, equipment card. Okay. Also, equipment has to be capitalized. Discard up to 3 equipment cards. Choose equal to the number discarded. All right. I need servant as well. All right. Set him back at a 2/2. Okay. So. Gilgamesh becomes indestructible until end of turn. Easy. Destroy target non-land permanent. +8, +0 until end of turn. Okay, actually. After blockers. Okay. Whenever Gilgamesh attacks, after blockers are declared, whenever Gilgamesh attacks after blockers are declared, you may discard up to 3 equipment cards. Choose equal to the number discarded M-, which is Control 0151. Oh wait, Alt 0151. Yes. During your pre-combat main phase, you may search your library for a non-legendary equipment card. Whenever Gilgamesh attacks, after blockers are declared, you may discard up to 3 equipment cards. Choose equal to the number discarded. Gilgamesh becomes indestructible. Destroy target non-land permanent. Gilgamesh gets +8/+0 until end of turn. Servant. So if he is unblocked, he can do 10 damage to face. If he is blocked, you can make him indestructible so he doesn't die. And you can also optionally pump him to do damage. Destroy target non-land permanent. Non-land, non-creature. Alright. Let me really quickly so that there's no reason to because if you're getting blocked by something, you would just destroy it instead of making them indestructible. So this way, you can't destroy the creature. I think that makes sense. Okay, let me also see if after blockers are declared is correct vernacular. After blockers are declared. Alright. It's confusing. When I type in after blockers are declared as rule text, only 5 cards show up. And only one of them actually has it in its text. The rest of it's entirely errata text. I could have sworn it was a much more common phrasing. How'd I become confused? I should be thinking this entire time, actually. I mean, I was confused. It was a good job. Random confusion effect. Yeah. Alright. After blockers are declared is correct text, though. Alright. And I think there's probably supposed to be a comma in between non-land and non-creature. Alright, that's 2 cards updated. Okay, this one I actually have big ideas for. The new Heracles. How many more to go? I didn't know how many I was going to do for this one. I'm probably not gonna, like, redo all of them, but there are some that I have had ideas for that I wanted to update. And Heracles, I think, was the least elegant one that we did. And also we called him Hercules instead of Heracles. Alright. Let's just refresh that. But these were the big ones. Was Saber, Artoria Saber, Gil, and Herc were the ones that I was like, these need to be changed. There's also Oreo and Ryoma, who I think work fine text as written, except they need to have like one small line of text added to make it work properly. Oh, right. I need to convert it out of WebP. All right. That one. Why don't you fit your frame? All right. Yeah, so, obviously Mars and I have been talking. So the reason that we've been making these was because Mars is planning on doing a series in which, he and some of the rest of us other people, are playing Magic series, and he's gonna do, like, edited down things with a bunch of custom cards. And the one that we've already done was a Jujutsu Kaisen one, where each of us had different commanders that were Jujutsu Kaisen characters. And I said, hey, let's make some Fate cards on stream. Because I really wanted to. And he said, okay, so he made these. And one of the things I suggested is we could do cards based on VTuber, our VTuber guys, our VTuber stuff. But only the three of us who are playing are VTubers, which is me, Mars, and Kaylee. So... we don't have a full set of 4 people that would be needed for the correct... Alright. Let me just take a look at some of these other ones. The correct amount of people for... Commander. That's it. My goodness. Probably. Vault. Yeah, these are most of the, legends. Oh, I really like the Ixalan. Ixalan's one of my favorite settings. I'm gonna be entirely honest. I love Ixalan so much. I just really like Mesoamerican sort of stuff. Which is a real shame because they've got, like, none of that in Fate. They are so scared of going farther south than Mexico. Yeah. That's pretty cool. Oil slick is nice. It's pretty, non-specific as well. I am really looking for the like, split color one that he had for some of the other ones. double feature? No. Yeah. They did do that. Eternal Night. Japanese Mystical Archive. Oh, this is the other one that you see all the time. Horizontal Japanese Mystical Archive. Helderheim. Alright, yeah, there's so many. Zendikar Rising. Ah! Not what I want. Oh, choose by color. Can I... Red, green. Okay, let's try that. Modal DFC. Oh, those are the ones that you can switch whenever. Okay. Showcase Universes Beyond. Okay. Promos? Can I get promos? Red, green. Come on. Generic showcase. How does you get the split ones? Custom. Deck covers. Simple inventions. Floating old border. I like the old border. Regular. Okay, because one of the things that Mars did was he was using an older version, I think. One-eighth inch margin. Freshen blood. Alright, I guess I'll just do borderless flames. Because this one would work much better if I could just make it green-red split. Because gold doesn't work quite as well for this, for Heracles. Alright. I do wonder... Here, let me just really quickly hide this so that I can search around. See if I can actually find the older design thing. Account. Because I have no idea how he got to the Cardsmith, let me just... Cardsmith old design. Cardsmith MTG. Okay. I think this is the one that he was using. I got here somehow. Go away ads. Alright. So now... Honestly, this one's just better, I think. Okay. How do I... put borders on it? Because this is entirely different. Okay, choose frame. Here we go. Red-green legend. I want it borderless, though. There we go. Boy, this is so much easier to use. It's just also better. The card travels with you, so you can always see what's going on. His name is Heracles, not Hercules. Heracles Gigantomachia. Also, black text, please. Alright. And he was double red, double green. Hello? Second green? There we go. Double red, double green. He is card type legendary creature? Rarity mythic. Oh, I didn't put symbols on any of them. Subtype is Spirit Berserker. I think. Actually, the black name looks weird now. Okay, you can go back to white. It also doesn't look quite correct either. But oh well. Okay. So, the original card text... Alright, haste, I think I can keep. That works fine. So, what the original card said was, haste, for each time you cast Heracles from the command zone, put that many +1/+1 counters on him, rather than play 2 for each previous time you've cast Heracles from the command zone, pay 1 that many times instead. That, to me, that always rubbed me kind of the wrong way. I didn't like it. I didn't like that it was, like, commander specific. So if you aren't playing this card in Commander, his text box says nothing except haste. I think... So here's my thought. He can still be a 3/3. I think that's fine. Include power and toughness. Power and toughness. 3/3. It's a good middle ground. Power toughness image. Can I get split on this as well? Or is it just always gold? I guess it's always gold. Can I just get it in green? Make it a bit duller. There we go. Okay. So, my idea for Heracles Gigantomachia is regenerate. Okay, how does regenerate text work? Let me look that up. Because I want it to be a non-standard regenerate cost. Because I'm pretty sure I've seen those before. Okay. Okay. Add a +1/+1 counter. Comma? Right, there's supposed to be a slash there. Oh no. And a +1/+1 counter. Colon. Not semicolon, colon. +1/+1 counter, regenerate Heracles. And then during your upkeep, pay X equal to the number of, actually, not X. Actually, just keep it at X. +1/+1. Oops. Why is the text formatted wrong? On Heracles. During your upkeep, you may you may pay, not pay you may. X equal to number of +1/+1 counters on Heracles. if you do not I think that's supposed to be a comma, not a period, actually. Pay X equal to the number of +1/+1 counters on Heracles. If you do not, Heracles cannot attack or block until your next turn. Sacrifice is if there are more than 13 +1/+1 counters on it. Okay, go back to medium text. And servant. Servant? Servant text. All right, small text. All right. Oh, there we go. I think this might be the only creature that I can fit the reminder text on. His ability isn't that long. Let's see if I can. Let me also take a look at how reminder text is usually formatted. It is in parentheses and it is italicized. Okay. All right, how is partner formatted? I need to... God damn it. Partner. You have two commanders if the other is a master. All right. The rules text does not fit. Very small text. I mean, it fits. Alright. Will it fit if I do an entirely new line for servant? Sorta. Alright. Let's italicize this. Yeah, this is just because I wanted to include servant card text on at least one of them. Two. Two commanders if the other is a master. Sacrifice this creature at the end of your turn if you do not control a master. There we go. I think that's fine. Poor Heracles. Why? He seems to be doing fine. Does he just have too much text? Is that what's sad? Oh, got it. Okay. Is there anything else that I am forgetting to do? I don't think so. Make the HD version. Let me download it. Does he get sacrificed? I mean, all... Oh, when he... Yeah. Sacrifice him if... Yeah, sacrifice Heracles if there are more than 13 +1/+1 counters on it. Yeah. I mean, that is... So the reason that it's that way is because, he has the power to come back from death 13 times. So. That's why. Alzheimer's begins when you can't say this word. It's Alzheimer's. Now let's see if that saved properly. Oh my god. Hey, did you know I don't have the file to open picture viewer? Again? Still? Heracles, Gigantomachia. Yeah. It sort of intersected with the, I didn't notice how much it was intersecting there. But, yeah, okay. Now then, let's refresh this page and hopefully that'll give us a fresh... No? It does not refresh it. Okay. Alright, then I guess I just have to get rid of everything manually. Okay. Still readable? Yeah. It just intersected a little bit. Okay. So those were all of the old ones that I really wanted to change. I did do a bit of changing with Shiro off-stream initially, because that was what made me want to do this on my own some more. So I did do some changing of Shiro. I changed it so that his first ability could be activated at instant speed, which isn't unheard of for planeswalkers. There are other planeswalkers that work that way. But I think it needs rebalancing. I think it needs to be changed to a +1 because it's too easy for him to get extremely high numbers. Anyways, what was I going to say? Yeah, some of the other ones just need like rules updates because they aren't formatted like exactly perfectly. Specifically Ryoma. Ryoma, my favorite boy. God, I also just really like Ryoma's design and whatever. I just save that. I just want to put Ryoma on screen. By my favorite boy and his wife. Yeah. So he has the text, other creatures you control have ward 1, and your activated abilities cost 1 less to cast. That should also have the text that says, cannot cause the cost to be less than 1. Because otherwise you can go super infinite with him very easily. Like, I found a card called, it was like Goblin Bazooka or something. I don't remember exactly what it was called. But it has the effect of, I think it was like pay 3 or 4 mana to deal 1 damage to any target. So if you have 4 creatures on the field, then you have 0 mana, deal 1 damage to any target. So, extremely easy infinite damage combo. So that has to say cannot cost less than 1. But otherwise, I think he works fine. Yeah, so. But I'm not going to go through the trouble of recreating the card just for that. I want to do new characters. And I don't know who I wanted to do. I had ideas before stream. I definitely did. Is that a frog puppet? Yes, it is. Oreo. So every time I say her name, I say, like, Oreo, like the cookie, instead of Oreo. Oreo. It's just pronounced really awkwardly. Make Oberon? It's not a bad idea. Would Oberon be a transform creature? Oh, that one's tricky. He might be. Let me just scroll up and see what other cards that we suggested between the two of us. See if I might want to do Bunyan. That could be funny. I definitely had ideas for other ones. Okay. Also Asterios. Yeah, I could do Asterios. Yeah. Let me actually just open up FGO and take a look at my list of favorite servants. Sherlock was one of the ones that I had thought of. Sherlock definitely wants to do something with clue tokens. Let's do Sherlock. Sherlock's one of my favorites. Sherlock Jones. Okay. Let's get a good picture of Sherlock. Okay. Type Moon Wiki. That's the one that's got the best selection of pictures for him. Ah. Okay. Stop. It keeps telling me to stop using ad block. I've turned it off because the cardsmith doesn't work without it. Okay. Please allow ads on our site. Allow ads. Fine. Go on the service you're using. That one. Pause on this site. Fun fact about me, I type very poorly. Oh my god. Ad block. Can I... Pause on this site. Did it work? Your ad blocker blockers are more annoying than your ads. Alright. It seems to have worked. Alright. There are a handful of official Sherlock arts that are good. Right, Library of Memories. Save that. Maybe not that one. Alright. Yeah, no, probably not. I mean, there are cards that look like that nowadays. But definitely not like classic style. Alright. Let's see. Let's just drag these up here. So we've got this one. Is all of the art of him is him being a fancy boy. Him playing the violin and him sitting in a chair. I guess that picture's a lot smaller than all of the rest of them. Uh-oh. Ooh. Pensive Sherlock. That's probably the one that's most fitting for a card art. I don't know. I don't care for that one quite so much. I think it's just the best one, though. All of the rest of them are, like, kind of iffy. Oh, select this one. Like, probably not the one of him playing the violin, I don't think. Not the formal dress. Yeah, so we've got Sherlock at the window, or Sherlock pensive. But the pensive one has too much tech in it, I think. So yeah, we will do Sherlock at the window. Will it change? Sherlock Holmes. Master Detective? Alright, yeah, this card editor is not great. I don't think. Can I would really like to full reset this. There we go. That's Sherlock Holmes. Everything else reset, but the card art changed. Alright. Sherlock Holmes. Okay. He's definitely a pure blue. Choose a frame. This guy is just a pure blue legend. No mixing or matching any colors at all. Borderless hybrid. Oh, actually, wait a second. Can I get... Now I think I might want to go back to the other version of it. Yeah, can I get, like, one of these? Because he's all techie and stuff. Blue Legend. Just one blue. Okay, well. No. Boy, this website's terrible. MTG card maker. Upload. Okay. It was working fine earlier, but I guess... maybe it was because it was a WebP file. File. Save as. Turn into a PNG, please. Paint cannot read this file. Can you save it as a JPEG? Okay. It's just not into PNGs, I guess. Oh no, it was. It saved it. Okay, well, that's weird. Yeah. Confirm. Next. There we go. Oh my god. Have I ever mentioned that I hate advertisements so much? Alright. Hmm. Can I... Yeah, it is. Okay. Maybe these frames aren't great. Split color, hybrid color. Alright, you know what? I'm going to... Oh my god, this website is terrible. Wait, I can't... Alright, switch to Legacy Editor. Bring me back here. I had more control. New card. Alright. Sherlock. It was harder to use, but I had more control. The only reason I left was for the multicolored frame, and I don't need that anymore, so... There. Close. Choose a frame. Okay. Showcase. Okay. So if I do this, can I just... I can, okay. So I can just quickly flip through these, try and find, like, a steampunky one. Yeah, Vault. Vault was the one that I was looking at before. Yeah, I don't think Vault works that well. Oh, it might, actually. Okay, give me that back. Vault blue. No. Doesn't work. I thought it would be cool. Alright, choose a frame. Alright. We'll just go with standard. And if we're just going with standard, I kind of want to go back to the other one. So I will. Oh, that was easy. I'm back. I just press the refresh button. Alright. And choose a frame. Keep it blue. Just mono blue. Nothing else. Blue Legend. I don't like that the top of his head is behind. But I don't think there's any way around it. He's actually just really high up in the picture. I he's like that in all of them. His head's like near the top on all of them. Alright, just a second. Let me also try... One's too techy. We'll just leave it at this. It's fine. Alright. He is 1 blue. He's going to be really weak. Because he is not a fighter. We will have him be a, what, 1-2? I think. Where's the toughness and power? Include power and toughness. 1, no, not 12. 1-2. Okay. Sherlock Holmes. Let's see, what titles do you have, Holmes, my boy? Scroll up. Also known as Sheringham, the detective. He doesn't really have any titles. Grand Investigator. Oh, name's too long. Sherlock Holmes. Just Investigator. Sherlock Holmes, Investigator. Alright. Is it 1-2? Yeah. Ugh. Yeah, let me once again. Alright, I'm just gonna pull up the companion. Yeah, like looking at some of the other like legendary character. Yeah, but there's like one of the new cards is called April O'Neil Live on the Scene. Just a second. I want to see if I can even fit that in here. Well, what do you know? It fits. Yeah, I guess Sherlock Holmes is just a really long name. Sherlock Holmes, Investigator. So. He will be clue tokens. Alright. Let's just take a look at, and by let's, I mean I will. Sherlock is 8, Holmes is 6, yeah. Clue tokens. Alright. Funnily enough, April O'Neil Live on the Scene also works with clue tokens. Whenever a mutant, ninja, or turtle you control enters, investigate, which means create a clue token. It's an artifact with cost 2, sacrifice this token, draw a card. Okay. Okay. Whenever a... Okay, just a second. I want to say whenever an allied creature dies, investigate. I want to know if that is correct vernacular. Whenever a... I'm just going to type whenever a... Okay, so there's a creature that says whenever a creature you control attacks alone, investigate. Okay, whenever a creature you control dies, investigate. Okay. Maybe not that. When does he investigate? Like, obviously he would investigate when an allied creature dies. Okay. So, in the game, every character has 3 abilities. I know what he's going to end up doing, I just want to know... when clue tokens enter. So my general idea is that whenever something happens, he investigates. Investigates means it creates a clue token. I want him to then have the effect of if you have X or more clue tokens, he has this ability, sort of thing. Huh. Okay. Let's just take... By let's, I mean me, on my phone. I'm just going to see other situations. I'm just going to use... the investigate keyword. Landfall investigate might be good. There's a card that does have that, called Tireless Tracker. There's one that says at the beginning of your upkeep, investigate. Whenever a non-token creature you control dies, investigate. Destroy target creature with power 2 or less, investigate. Until your next turn, whenever a creature attacks, you or a planeswalker you control gets -2/-0. Discard a number of cards, then investigate twice for each card discarded. He is going to be kind of similar to Tameo, I think. Very Tameo-coded. Okay. It's just like German. I just combined 3 words together. Okay, just a second. Landwalk. Yeah, okay, that is actually something. Non-basic landwalk. They are separated, though. There's a space between them. So he has non-basic landwalk, which means he is unblockable if an enemy controls a non-basic land. This is to represent him sneaking through a city and, like, finding things out. Legendary creature. He is a spirit. Let me pull up the creature type list. Is detective one of them? Let's check. Demon detective. There is a detective type. Alright, cool. Spirit detective. Bump him up to mythic rare. Non-basic landwalk. And Sherlock becomes untapped, investigate. So there's a couple of other cards that say when this creature becomes untapped, do something. I have King Makar, I think his name is. It's King something. He's 2 colorless, 2 black. Mana value 4. Yeah, oh, I spelled it with a K instead of a C. The keyword is called inspired. Right. So I could keyword the hell out of this and say inspired investigate. And you know what? I think I will. Oh. Inspired is italicized. Just a second. Inspired M-investigate. Is it a long line? It is, okay. And how I am seeing it is, when a creature is tapped, it's sort of like they're kneeling, so he investigates when he stands back up from, inspecting something that's on the ground. So, inspired investigate. You control 3 or more clue tokens. Is it indestructible or invincible? I think it's indestructible. Yeah. You control 3 or more clue tokens. Creatures your opponent control lose indestructible. Okay, just a second. I need a better way to format this. So I want it to say something like, depending on the amount of clue tokens you control, Sherlock gains the following abilities. 3, creatures your opponent control lose indestructible. Let's go with 6. Creatures you control have death touch. 10. All creatures you control have non-basic land walk. Let me just type in the word depending. Is that card text? No. If you control... Okay, draw a card if you control 3 or more artifacts, then if you control 6 or more artifacts, then if... Is it? Whenever Shuri attacks, draw a card if you control 3 or more artifacts. Then if you control 6 or more artifacts... Okay. Of combat. I want a 3-tiered if statement, though. You may put a land from your hand onto the battlefield. Tap. Draw a card. If you control 8 or more lands, draw 2 cards instead. I want a multi-tiered if. All right. Control. More tokens. Creatures your enemy controls. Lose indestructible. Why do I keep misspelling indestructible? What am I missing? Indestructible. Not able, I guess. Lose indestructible. Then if you control X or more. Okay. Let me go all the way back up to the first then if statement I found. You control 3 or more clue tokens, comma. Creatures your enemy controls lose indestructible, period. Then if you control 6 or more... Just a second. Do you have to re-specify what it is? You do. Six or more clue tokens. Trying to get clue tokens onto the next line. Apparently you just can't add... Okay, well. Let me just go to small text. Oh. Yeah, those spaces are visible, I guess. Here's you. There is enough space for control on that line. And servant. Clues tokens? Which one of them? There it is. Clue tokens. Ugh. You control 3 or more clue tokens. Creatures your enemy controls lose indestructible. Then if you control 6 or more clue tokens, creatures you control have death touch. Then if you control 10 or more clue tokens, all creatures you control have non-basic land walk. There we go. Ugh. Should he have any other keywords? Non-basic land walk. What if he just had vigilance? God, that would suck for him. Vigilance means he doesn't tap when attacking. So, he would, Oh, you know what? I'm going to give him Shroud by default. Because if he has Shroud, you can't put equipment on him or buff him so that he can hit harder. So Shroud's actually a nerf for him. And I will also make him a 1/1 as well. So that he can be more easily... Make him slightly more squishy. So that he can be killed by AoEs a little bit easier. Like deal 1 damage to all creatures and enemy controls sort of effects. So that Shroud isn't like busted on him. One second. Where is non-basic land walk? All right, let me just search it. Wow, there are only 2 cards in the entire game with non-basic land walk. That's really funny. Alright, this is card number 3 then. Non-basic land walk, Shroud, Inspired Investigate. If you control 3 or more clue... Yes. I was gonna write out the Inspired and Investigate things, but I need the space for all of this. This hodgepodge. This jumbled mess. Alright. Yeah. He also... I also designed him this way with the Inspired keyword, so that he doesn't actually have to attack in order to activate his ability. Actually, oh, the Shroud might mess that up. Okay, maybe I remove Shroud. Maybe he does just get hexproof. No, it has to be Shroud, so that you can't buff him. Alright. What's it called? Harmonized Trio. Okay, is this a targeting ability? The current controller of a prepared creature can cast it. Copies of spells. Being prepared. If a prepared creature loses all abilities, if a prepared creature stops being a creature, it will still be prepared. Creature without a prepare spell can't become prepared. This is just all the card text with prepared. You can tap any untapped creature you control to pay the cost of Harmonized Trio's activated ability, even ones you haven't controlled continuously since the beginning of your most recent turn. Yeah, that's to get around Summoning Sickness. It just says, tap 2 untapped creatures you control, this creature becomes prepared. So you don't have to target him, I don't think. All right. Let me... I'm just gonna shoot a message to Mars. Let me pull up Harmonized Trio. I want a rules lawyer question. Actually, give me I should also look up the, just the MTG Shroud. I want to see what the rules as written are for Shroud. Prevents a permanent or player from being the target of spells or abilities. Mainly seen on green and blue cards. Yep, this is a blue card. Rulings. All older cards with this ability received errata to change that ability to Shroud. Cards with variants of this ability, such as this creature can't be the target of spells or abilities your opponents control, did not get an errata, obviously, because it's a different card text. Okay, I think because it doesn't say target, I think it gets around Shroud, but I don't know. There we go. Alright. Because I really like Harmonized Trio. Just a second. Let me pull Harmonized Trio up on screen. Here it is. Harmonized Trio. I should probably also, see about creating maybe cards that are like Harmonized Trio with the, prepared spell text. That would be neat. Yeah, so it has the ability, tap 2 untapped creatures you control. It's not targeting. Tap, like, it's not tap target creature you control. is tap 2 untapped creatures. It doesn't have the word target. It's very confusing. I don't know if it'd work. Okay. MTG Shroud. Non-targeting targeting. Okay. Spell only targets if it says it does. Shroud is a static ability. Shroud means the permanent or player can't be the target of spells or abilities. He could have protection from auras and equipment. So that you can't buff him. Ah. I'm just trying to figure out how you make him... How do you make it so that he can't get buffed? Okay. Okay, I just had a thought. What if we create a new keyword? And there is also precedent for that keyword on a different card that we made. And it will be, this creature's power cannot be changed. And we could have it be, I don't know, resolute, stable. Hello, Teddy. Welcome back. Here to disrupt me more. Okay. What would be a good name for it? Kitty. Kitty is here. It's a decent time for him to be here. So for Van Gogh, it was sort of a necessary thing to do because you can't buff him, and you can't nerf him because of the self-applied -1/-1 counters. And if you were able to increase Van Gogh's power, then they would be able to apply too many -1/-1 counters at a time. But for him, it's to maintain his weakness. Because he is not a strong fighter himself. I do really think that the new keyword idea is pretty good. I just don't know what I would call it. Because it has to be something that is consistent between both him and Van Gogh. Mundane? Because that's the basic Van Gogh before they turn into an eldritch monstrosity. I think that's the best keyword idea I've come up with. So instead of shroud, it would be mundane, and then I could put reminder text in. This creature's power cannot be altered. Meow, meow, meow. Alright, let's see if Mars got back to me with rules text clarifications. He will check. Yes, because it's not targeted. That's what I thought. I thought so too. Yeah. Because it doesn't say targeted, like target creature, but it is targeting. You are choosing the creature that you're tapping. It's just a bit off. Alright, we're getting some further rule clarification. Well, that has opponents choose permanents and remove everything else, but it says choose one permanent of each type, not target. Okay, so choose is different than target? So what I think the difference is, let me ask him a clarifying question. So target is a card selecting, and choose is a player? It's rules clarification time. Okay. Yeah. If he can be targeted by Harmonized Trio, then I'm just going to leave it as Shroud and not go through the process of making a new keyword. Also, I really want to search up more Inspire cards so that I can get Harmonized Trio to work better with certain things. Okay. But as it stands, I think I'm done with homes. Yes, Servant. On basic land, walk Shroud. Inspired, investigate. 3 more clue tokens. Creatures your enemy controls lose indestructible. Then if you control 6 or more clue tokens, creatures you control have death touch. Then, if you control 10 or more clue tokens, all creatures you control have non-basic land walk. Oh. Now we do Moriarty. Moriarty is so weird in Fate. He's like so weird. Alright. I'm satisfied with that. Let's save homes. Yeah. Because he doesn't really do anything. I think he's fine the way he is. He doesn't do anything the turn he comes in. And he only gets his abilities once you've amassed a bunch of clue tokens. Let's get Harmonized Trio out of here real quickly. Boop. Okay. So yeah, he doesn't do anything the turn he comes in. Because making him 1 mana is tricky. You have to make sure that 1 mana cards don't get out of hand. From among permanents he or she controls an artifact, a creature, an enchantment, and a land, and sacrifices the rest. Goes through Shroud. It goes through Shroud and Haste because it doesn't say target. It specifically doesn't because otherwise you could finagle a full board wipe somehow, which is against the spirit of the card. Therefore, choose does not equal target. Just like put in hand is not drawing. Okay. Yeah. And then he doesn't really get powerful until you have 6 clue tokens, when everything you control gets death touch. Like, at 3, creatures your opponent controls lose indestructible. That doesn't do very much. Like, not all enemy decks are going to have indestructible creatures. So it's sort of like a breakpoint where it's like conditionally useful every now and then. 6 or more when everything you have has death touch. That's when he starts to get powerful. And then when you have 10 or more clue tokens with non-basic land walk, that usually means all of your creatures have unblockable. So that's really strong. But you have to get 10 whole clue tokens. And usually, if your deck is about making clue tokens, you're using those tokens to draw cards, or you're sacrificing them to do things with other artifacts. So yeah. That's why I think he's balanced. Alright. Sherlock, saved. And I suppose we can do Moriarty now. We could do a pair card that's Holmes and Moriarty as well. Moriarty. James Moriarty. He also has the problem where his head's really high up on his official artwork. Alright, so he's got 2 good ones. I'll probably just use his 4th Ascension, though. Save image. This one's easy. God, I hate WebP files. They're the worst. Alright. I will also... Yeah, no. I'm not going to use his other one. He's just got a bunch of fruit flying around him because he's a bartender making mixed drinks. We'll just use his base design. Archer James Moriarty. Alright. Home. Oh no. Oh, what I want. Design a card. No, give me the other editor. Okay, here we go. There we go. Confirm. Next. James Moriarty. Go away, ads. Did I spell that right? I think so. Oh, okay. So he's definitely going to be a black card. But would he be black-red? He might be. Okay. Because in Fate Grand Order, James Moriarty was not strong enough to manifest by himself. So he is a composite spirit, which is something that Fate loves to do with characters that aren't quite 100% like super famous or super strong or something like that. So he has a composite spirit of multiple guys. He is James Moriarty, and he is also what is it? Der Verschütz? What is this thing? The marksman, the free shooter. Yes. He becomes the bullet that shoots the world, or whatever it is. And his whole thing is setting up a series of catastrophes called bullets. Alright, I'm trying to remember exactly how his power works. He has a chamber of 6 bullets, and he has to use 5 of the bullets so the 6th bullet can shoot the world and kill the world. That's his thing. Okay. Components. The Machinations of Baal. Archer is a fusion-type servant that absorbed the abilities of Phantom Max the Free Shooter, Magic Bullet Shooter from the Opera der Verschütz. In the story, a huntsman obtains magic bullets that always bring down the target prey by selling his soul to a demon. However, the story goes that the 7th shot alone was fired towards someone the demon wanted. In other words, someone who would bring despair to the contractor. It's really weird. His power set is nonsense. Alright. But what should his title be? James Moriarty. The Free Shooter? I could do it in German, Der Verschütz. Right, let's try that. See if it even fits. Ferschutz. Okay, and the U is an umlaut. See. James Moriarty, Der Verschütz. Okay. I think he is red-black. He might just be mono-black. Two black, one red. These are in order, right? Whoops. One red, one red. Alright. Black red legend. James Moriarty, Der Verschütz. Rarity, pop it up to Mythic. Legendary creature. And he's not German, which is like the reason that I was hesitant on it. Right, creature, he is Spirit, first off. Let's go back to the MTG creature type list. Alright. Is there Sharpshooter? Shapeshifter. That's close to Sharpshooter. Okay. Anything to do with guns. Griffin, Guest, no. Shapeshifter. Oh, you know what? He's a villain. He's definitely a villain. Just want to make sure there isn't anything to do with guns in here. But that's like his whole thing, is being the villain to Holmes. Oh, you know what else? Okay. I was going to say that villain is sort of like a very specific creature type as well. I don't know. Alright, how recent is villain? Is it just from the Marvel set? Villain debuted as a black border creature type in Legends. On the card, Spinal Villain. Right. Amusingly, villain is actually extremely old keyword. But it was replaced with Beast. Grand creature type update. Spinal Villain, Sinewy Reptilian. The type was later reintroduced in Unstable. So it was an unkeyword. and then it was brought back again for Marvel. Does Watson exist in Fate? No. I think he gets brought up at some point. But also Holmes is, like, actually a really weird character in lore, because it's unclear whether or not he's actually Sherlock Holmes or if he's Arthur Conan Doyle as Sherlock Holmes. And also his summoning was weird because here, let me just go back to, I think he's also a composite summon, but you don't learn that until really late into the story. Sherlock Holmes. Okay. Let me just search Watson. Watson. The heroic spirit Holmes, who resembles the men he was modeled after, such as Joseph Bell Doyle, or the oldest detective in the world, Vidocq. He was summoned into the world as none of the above, but rather as the protagonist of a series of novels, for his words and actions cannot be thought of those other than as protagonist. In the end, the story of Sherlock Holmes, really a complete work of fiction penned by Sir Doyle, or was it the biography of the actual Holmes, as written by Dr. John H. Watson? Perhaps it was somewhere in between the two. At the very least, Holmes himself should know the answer, but it's not a topic he brings up, and when the issue comes up in conversation, he always deftly evades the question. Yeah. Okay. Holmes erased his memories. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah. So he's specifically unclear whether or not Holmes was a real guy or sorry. Back of my throat itches every now and then. And I can create like a little pocket of air in the back of my throat and then click my tongue forward and it scratches the back of my throat. I've never seen or heard anyone else do it. But it's really effective. Right. I'll take a drink myself. There we go. Yeah. What was I gonna say? Right. Anyways. Holmes is weird. Apparently he was... The wiki doesn't mention him being a composite spirit, but I think all of the characters that were summoned by the same person that he was summoned by are composite spirits, so... He should be composite, but I guess it's never stated what he is composite with. Let me just Control F. Composite. Oh no, composed. Just says he's a composed man. Alright. Anyways. Off of Holmes and back to Moriarty. Legendary creature, spirit villain. Mythic rare. Okay. So... okay, here's a thought. Here's a thought. I don't know. Enters with as rules text. So there's a bunch of cards in black and red that enter with -1/-1 counters on them. And I think I can use that as sort of... as a way to represent his bullets. All right. This creature enters with -1/-1 counters. Okay. This creature enters with... it's gonna have to be 6. -1/-1. Oh, those are equal signs. -1/-1. Wait, those are normally spelled out, right? Yeah. It's not the number 6, it's the word 6. This creature enters with 6 -1/-1 counters on it. All right. So... I guess he has to be a 7/7 for that to work. Pound toughness. Actually, you know what? He can be a 1/7. Because he's not a direct attacker, so it doesn't actually matter what his strength is. 6 -1/-1 counters on it. So he starts as a 0/1. Alright. Fusion types are... okay. In the story, a huntsman obtains magic bullets that always bring down the target prey by selling his soul to a demon. However, the story goes that the 7th shot alone was fired towards someone the demon wanted. In other words, someone who would bring despair to the contractor. So, he gets 6 bullets, and the 7th bullet he shoots kills something that he cares about. And he manipulates that... just a second. Okay, how does he manipulate that? I don't remember the events of this singularity. Crystal clear? Or... yeah, singularity. We are not lost belts yet. Freshen logo. Alright. Moriarty uses the growl, however, the detective uses the opportunity to grant Ritska's power. Ritska uses it to unveil Moriarty as the culprit, which results in his strength being sapped. He realizes he lost because his memories with Ritska held him back. Knowing he couldn't erase them for the sake of his plan, he thought he could discard Ritsuka once his memories returned, but he couldn't. After Emiya and Artoria Alter destroyed Bennu, he apologizes to Bao that both of their dreams couldn't be fulfilled. Yet, ironically, they feel fulfilled now. He then apologizes to Ritsuka as he disappears. He declares to the detective that he'll devise a crime so perfect they'll never be able to pin it on him. He is confused, though, when the last detective to appear wishes him happiness, wondering if it was sarcasm. Mash realizes the detective meant Moriarty may be summoned as a servant. Moriarty contemplates if it's possible, but Shakespeare says he's already been recorded as a proper servant. Moriarty therefore agrees to be summoned as Ritsuka's servant. He bears them farewell and disappears. Okay, so that's the end of it. Inside the tower, the group ascend it, defeating Macbeth. Reaching the top floor, they're greeted by evil Moriarty, who's been expecting them. He announces Bennu is already here thanks to the free shooter's power and fights the group. They defeat him, but Ball manifests in his place, having regained his memory. He reveals he waited for 3,000 years to kill Ritsuka, finding it unforgivable that a mere human overthrew Goetia plan, and reveals he is destroying the planet to kill Ritsuka. Sherlock realizes Babbage, as a subordinate to a demon god, had destructed Goetia to destroy post-2006 future, even without the incineration. Bal confirms it and explains how he gained the ability to fuse phantom and heroic spirits over the course of 3,000 years. Sherlock asks him how deeply was Moriarty involved in his plot. Moriarty pierces Sherlock, revealing he was involved in everything. After absorbing Sherlock, he explains the fusion of phantasms and heroic spirits is possible because Shinjuku is in a cultured timeline. He also explains... Okay, the text is too small. Alright. I've lost my spot, though. After zooming in. Whoa, the text looks funny, too. Yeah, he is the type that makes others do his dirty work. Yeah. Oh, okay. Bennu suddenly appears in the sky above Shinjuku, having become a magic bullet. Moriarty reveals that the 6 shots of the free shooter aren't enough to turn the asteroid into a magic bullet. Mash then realizes Ritsuka became an important existence when Moriarty protected them. So adhering to the rules of the 7th shot, Bennu will head towards Ritsuka. That's right. So how Moriarty did it is he's got his 6 bullets, which always kill. And his 7th bullet kills someone he cares about. What he did was for the first 6 bullets, he just, killed normal enemies, whoever he needed to get rid of at the time. And then he erased his own memories and became friends with the protagonist. So that they would be, close companions or whatever. So that he would care about the protagonist. And then he regained his memories and shot the 7th bullet, which was a meteor that would target Ritsuka Fujimaru to destroy the world. How do you get a meteor? Control. Bennu. Alright. Deduces evil Moriarty plans to use Bennu, an asteroid measuring 500 meters that was observed in the current year, as his magic bullet. How does he do that? When fused with heroic spirits, meaning the free shooter can turn celestial objects into magic bullets. Okay, he just can. Talk of Emiya and his hornets. Yeah, okay. He just can. Okay. So that's his big thing. This creature enters with 6 1/1 counters on it. Okay. So, let's say mana cost of 4. Move a -1, -1 counter from move a -1/-1 counter from Moriarty. Destroy target tapped creature. Okay. Okay. I think I've got it. I think I've got it. This should be capitalized. If there are no... No. It has to specify after this creature has used its ability to destroy 6 other creatures. Because it can't say if there are no -1/-1 counters on it. Because then you would be able to cheese it with something like I forget what it's called. There's an enchantment that says creatures you control, or no, all creatures cannot have -1/-1 counter, or creatures, lands, artifacts, and enchantments cannot have counters on them at all. Counters cannot be placed on them. So if you play him and have that enchantment on the field, he would enter, attempt to put 6 -1/-1 counters on himself, and fail. And then he would activate the final ability, which I'm working on. All right. Yeah. It needs to specify that the -1 counters have to have been removed from him normally. And also I'm going to reduce the cost to 3. Honestly, I might want to reduce it to like 1. Or not 1. Reduce it to 2, maybe. Maybe 1 and like a colored mana. Maybe red-black, actually. 1 red-black? Let's go with 1 red-black. Right. 1 red-black. Remove a -1/-1 counter from Moriarty. Destroy target tapped creature. Okay, that's how it's written. After Moriarty has destroyed... Okay. Six. This way. I think that's correct. I might have to spell out 6. All right, let me search this way. Yeah. So like gain 1 life, you destroy all creatures, you gain 1 life for each creature destroyed this way. This way is proper terminology. Yeah. Prevent all combat damage that would be dealt to you this turn. For each 1 damage prevented this way, do this. I'm trying to find something that's, like, more specific. Like, similar to how he works. Exile target card from graveyard. Sacrifice 1 or more creatures. When you do, copy the spell for each creature sacrificed this way. Okay, let me type in destroyed this way. Okay, I don't know if it's specifically accurate to how card syntax works. Target enchantment. If you control your target was destroyed this way, draw a card. Destroy all creatures. Just a number of creatures destroyed this way. Okay. I don't know if it's specifically after Moriarty has destroyed 6 creatures this way. Does it have to be on the same line of text? Six creatures this way. Okay, there's a couple ways I can go with this. So, the goal is to destroy the world. I can have it destroy lands. But, Commander players hate land destruction. So, since we are designing these for, like, Commander, quote-unquote, theoretically, land destruction probably wouldn't be a good idea. So, what I was thinking was, and also it doesn't work well in Commander, the idea that I was thinking, but since how he works is that he destroys something that he loves, basically, is that he cares about. My idea was, after he destroys 6 creatures, you give control of him to target player, and then destroy all lands target player controls, or destroy all creatures target player controls, or, you know, something like that. One of the text ideas I had was destroy or sacrifice a number of creatures equal to the amount of lands you control, but that doesn't really follow that well. Yeah. Preferably you want the ability to become immediate, and then they just have like they might have a 1/7 left over. But you know. Alright. So, just a second. I want to see what meteor-like cards do. So there's a card called Star of Extinction, I think. Yeah. So there's a magic card called Star of Extinction. It costs 7 mana. It's a sorcery. It's a meteor. And its effect says, destroy target land. Star of Extinction deals 20 damage to each creature and each planeswalker. So that's the effect of a meteor in the world of Magic the Gathering. It destroys a land and deals 20 damage to everything else. And I'm trying to figure out how to work this into his whole thing. Because I do want to have, like, the text included that you give control of him to someone else, because that's sort of like, he has to destroy something that he cares about, so it would have to be, like, you know, under the control of someone else, sort of thing. However, in Commander, it's a multiplayer format, so you would only be targeting one other player, which you generally don't want to do. With your, like, big finisher. Let's see. Let me also look at the text of Harmless Offering. Harmless Offering. Target player gains control of target permanent you control. Right. Target player gains control of Moriarty. Gains control of Moriarty. And what? What happens? It's the bullet that kills the Earth. Like, the obvious one is destroying lands, but I don't want to do that in Commander. A card that's built for Commander? Destroying lands? Commander players hate destroying lands, or getting their lands destroyed. It's the saltiest thing that happens. The bullet that kills the Earth. The bullet that kills the Earth. I could try and make it into a game of hot potato. Okay. Okay. I'm going to make that a new line of text even if it doesn't make sense. Target player gains control of Moriarty at the end of your turn. Okay, this is actually a really good idea. I wonder if I'll be able to fit all of the text in. At the end of your turn, sacrifice a land and destroy all creatures you control. Let's specify non-basic so that they can't just get rid of a swamp. Sacrifice a non-basic land and destroy all creatures you control. And now, pay 5 mana. There. Target player gains control of Moriarty. Small text. Small text. Gains control of Moriarty. It may not target the original controller? He cannot be. Okay. Remove a -1/-1 counter from Moriarty. Destroy target tapped creature. After Moriarty has destroyed 6 creatures this way, target player gains control of Moriarty and he cannot be sacrificed or destroyed. At the end of your turn, sacrifice a non-basic land and destroy all creatures you control. All other. You control. This may not target the original controller. Very small text. I thought this card was going to be simple. It was not. Servant. Alright. I think this is good. Okay. This creature enters with 6 -1/-1 counters on it. Pay, remove a -1/-1 counter from Moriarty. Destroy target tapped creature. After Moriarty has destroyed 6 creatures this way, target player gains control of Moriarty and he cannot be sacrificed or destroyed. At the end of your turn, sacrifice a non-basic land and destroy all other creatures you control. Target player Then, next line of text, target player gains control of Moriarty. This may not target the original controller. So, what theoretically happens with this guy is once you run down all of his counters by destroying a bunch of things, he then turns into a game of hot potato between all of your enemies, and each of them has to pay 5 mana to throw him to someone else so that he doesn't destroy everything at the end of their turn. So he just becomes like a big tax on other players. Oh god. If I was crazy, I could add a line that increases the cost every time it's paid, but I think that's too much rules. Alright. And he cannot be sacrificed or destroyed, so players can't just, like, destroy him and get rid of him. He can still be exiled, though. So they can still use exiling spells on him. Which I think is fine. I think that is designed as intended. He's a 1/7, so he's hard to kill, so they can still use him as a blocker to, like, block attacks. And also, if you have him, because he's a big body blocker, and you want him to survive, that disincentivizes other players from attacking the person that holds Moriarty. So he's sort of protection and danger in a way, because you want to get rid of him. I think he does need increasing cost. Okay. So let's actually start out the cost at 1. Use control of Moriarty. This may not target the original controller. Increase the cost of this ability by 1 after every use. Alright, just a second. Let me see if increase the cost. No. Increase. Okay. You may tap Snickering Squirrels to... No. These are all silver border cards. Okay, increase is not a very frequently used word. Okay, just a second. Let me... Legal in Commander. Only cards that are legal in Commander. Yeah, okay, so that gets rid of all of the silver border and online-only cards. Alright. After you roll a die, you may pay 1 life. If you do, increase or decrease the result by 1. You may only do this once each turn. That's not really what I want. Okay, most of the cards that involve increasing are to do with dice. Okay, let me search cost. What does cost modification do? Search your library. Okay. Let me scroll down so I'm out of, like, all of the Marvel cards. I don't want to see the Marvel cards. I want to see, like, the standard cards. Just vanilla magic stuff. Okay. Whenever you cast a spell with X in its mana cost. Okay. Exile target creature, its controller manifests the top card of their library. Manifest equal to the cost, whatever. Okay. Let me try cost more. Costs more. That's not even... Okay. No. Increase. Wait, that's what I already searched. Reduce the cost is pretty common. Huh. All right, I'm gonna pioneer. No, it's too much text. It's just gonna have to stay at 5. Or it could be X. X equal to the number of lands you control. All right. All right, where is equal to? I'm looking for an X cost in the text. Activated ability with an X cost, please. God, there are not very many activated abilities with an X cost. And I can't search directly for it, because this search engine doesn't have X costs. Or just, like, symbols that I can put into the search bars. Because it sucks. Alright, I can do that with Scryfall. Let me just pop open Scryfall on my computer. I noticed that I could do that when I was searching on here. Okay, advanced search. Text, add symbol, X cost. Search with these options. Okay. I don't want an old card. Okay, I want a conditional X, actually. X is equal to. Search with these options. Okay. Where X is the total toughness of creatures you control. Okay, X is the total number of lands you control. X, target player gains control of Moriarty. This may not target the original controller. X is the total... Oh, it has to be half. Because if it's the total number of lands you control, then that's just all of your mana. Every turn. Target player gains control of Moriarty. This may not target the original controller. X is half the total number of lands you control. So it eats up half of your land-produced mana every turn. So you still have, like, mana rocks, like Soul Ring and whatnot, that can produce more than the half your mana that gets eaten by this guy. That also doesn't look right. The X in the middle of the cost. But that's what? Yeah. Oh, it's just that one card that had it. Usually it's represented with a capital X. I think bold as well, maybe? Well, there is no bolding. Okay. I also want to check to make sure half the total is also standard. Because I'm pretty sure I've seen that written before. Okay, let me just search half. Additional cost, suspend half the lands you... Wow. That's an interesting spell. Half the lands you control rounded up. Okay. Whenever you play a land or cast a spell, draw a card. At the beginning of your end step, your life total becomes half your starting life total. Okay. Total number. Because half is just giving me half life over and over and over and over. A Realm Seeker enters with X +1/+1 counters, where X is the total number of cards in all players' hands. Total is usually used when multiple players are involved. Yeah, choose any number of target players. Investigate X times, where X is the total number of creatures those players control. Okay, yeah. Total is used when you're combining multiple things. Yeah, create a 0/0 green and blue fractal creature token. Put X +1/+1 counters on it, where X is 1 plus the total number of instant and sorcery cards. So that is the two things being combined there is 1 and everything else. Target creature equal to the total number of instant and sorcery cards you own in exile and in your graveyard. So that's combining 2 and 2 things. So 2, it's instants and sorceries, and in exile and in graveyard. Okay. So I'm pretty sure, consistently so far, total is used when combining 2 things. So it would not be half the total. It would be half the number of lands you control. Can I get rid of the number? Just half the lands you control? God, I want it to be slightly shorter. I want 1 less line. Okay. We'll get rid of the, he cannot be destroyed clause. He just cannot be sacrificed now. So you can still cast a card that says destroy target creature on him. But you cannot use an ability that sacrifices him for your own gain. Because usually sacrificing a creature means that you get something out of it, so you don't want to be able to give someone something they can get a benefit from. Okay. And I think that'll do it for James Moriarty, Der Verschütz. The other thing I could have done, instead of making them 6 -1/-1 counters, is made them, like, charge counters or something. or like just used an entirely unique counter type, like just like 6 bullet counters. Because there are just like weird counters that you can have. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Oh, actually, instead of this creature enters with 6, it should be Moriarty. Standardize it. Because I think... I'm not entirely sure, but I think the standard practice is it will say this creature if it's not a legendary, and it'll use its name if it is a legendary. I'm not 100% on that one, but I think that's how it works. So it'll say Moriarty enters with 6 -1/-1 counters on it. Do I have this creature anywhere else? After Moriarty has destroyed 6 creatures in this way, target player gains control of Moriarty, and he cannot be sacrificed. At the end of your turn, sacrifice a non-basic land and destroy all other creatures you control. Target player gains control of Moriarty. This may not target the original controller. X is half the lands you control. Alright. So this is all the same ability. He shouldn't destroy your stuff until he has destroyed 6 creatures. I'm fairly certain. And if not, he's the worst card that's ever been created because he just destroys all of your stuff constantly. I think this may not target the original controller. Might not be, like, consistent with, like, the language of Magic cards, but it's the... I didn't want to look into it, and I doubt there's anything that has a similar effect. Oh. Anyway, that's a decent card. I'm satisfied. James Moriarty, Der Verschütz. I will download that. This is probably the last card of the day. Oof. I've been going for 4.5 hours. I don't even do that many. Jeez. Alright. Well. Let's just make sure that downloaded. There he is. Alright. Away you go. Let's just get all of the edited cards onto the screen. Are you the new one? Sure are. You're the only one that got fancy effect text with Excalibur. I forgot to do that for the rest of them. I think that's the new Gilgamesh. Yep. Alright. So these are... Oh, wait. And also this one. These are the cards that we made today. Or not the cards we made today, the cards that we updated today. I think they're all pretty decent. 2/2, 4/2, 3/3. Yeah. Just just checking back in. Artoria, Gil and Heracles. And then... Oh, we only made 2 new ones. Which was Holmes and Moriarty. Both of them turned out pretty well as well. Oh, I cannot create concise abilities to save my life. Yeah. I think they're all right. Anyways, that'll do it for me for today. Thanks for stopping by, Penelope. Oh my god, that was a long one. I'm gonna drink some water. I'm gonna do that right now, in fact. The dregs of the bottom of my water bottle. Alright, and I'll see about, doing, like, chat commands or something, so that you can have, like, stuff happen to me with chat commands, probably on a cooldown. Just so that I can have, like, throwing stuff and whatever. I'll include the commands as, like, a copy-pastable that I can put in my, like, stream description. Yeah. I don't think I can add custom emotes, so... that'll have to wait. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. I'm gonna get out of here. Goodbye.